3 minutes. Hey man, how you doing? Two minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this consolation match will consist of 2 tie-break sets. At 1 set all, a 10-point tie-break will be played to decide the match. To the left of the chair, from Parkland, Florida, Max Smith. To the right of the chair, Joaquin Enjambre from Cypress, Texas. Enjambre has won the toss and is elected to receive. Time. Yes. Yeah, you're certain. Max Smith to serve. Ready? Play. 15 love.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Westgate Tennis Center. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. We're coming to you live from Dothan, Alabama. It's day 4 of the Level 1 Boys 14s National Clay Court Championships. We're on center court now, where on the far court, Max Smith from Parkland, Florida. He's playing Joaquin Aldrich from Cypress, Texas.
15 on.
This is the consolation match, meaning that both of these guys have lost in the main draw. But as I always told my twins, the people that are in the back draw are the same people who were in the front draw. So the experience is really what it's all about. And these kids are very, very talented young men. They're 14 years old, and they are so talented that you'll be seeing some of these players on your television set in a few years. The Wimbledon is on right now. Don't be surprised if you see a few of these young men here gracing the courts in London. It is a true pleasure for me to watch these young men grow. They're very competitive. They hate to lose, but they have to realize, and they will later on, that they've already won just by being here in this environment.
(40-15).
And Max Smith on the other far end over there in the Navy hat. He is one of the youngest players in this tournament. This is a boy's 14. He's only 12. He won the Winter Nationals out west the end of last year. Got to the finals of the Orange Bowl. But as his dad says, he's ultra competitive. He doesn't like to lose it all, and even when he lost his first match here, he was not happy about it. Which you like that part, but as his dad says, it's really about the bigger picture. And as he grows and comes to understand that's all involved, he will realize that he's doing some great work out here on the court, as is Joaquin Aldrich from Cypress, Texas. These guys are, man, you have to really take your hat off to them because they are really dedicated, they're disciplined, and they want this. And as a parent, trying to navigate an athlete, that's all you can ask for. Desire and dedication, and of course some discipline. Joaquin Aldrich will now serve for the first time in this set. He's down 0-1.
Joaquin and Humbre to serve.
Forehand by Aldrich. Catches the tape. Love 15. Attempted drop shot by Max Smith. Falls short. But what you liked was once he got that short ball in the service box, he quickly changed his footwork into an aggressive position, stepped in, didn't quite put the ball in the place that he wanted it to be, but great defense by Aldrich. The drop shot attempt by Smith landed short. Forehand is long by Smith. This is what we call the feeling out process for both of the players. First few games, they'll hit certain shots to see what their opponent does with that shot. How do they adjust? What shot do they choose to use based on what I just did? That can help you understand the strengths and weaknesses of an opponent. Big two-hand backhand down the line by Smith. We're back at 30-all.
30-40.
Break point for Smith. He's a shorter guy, but he has a lot of pop. He has really good footwork, does Smith. And he hits a bigger ball than you think. And you don't realize that until it's up on you. Still a filling out process from both players, so we'll see what happens. Break point.
Deuce.
Poor choice by Smith on that particular play, trying to go down the line. The high percentage play was, back cross court or down the middle of the court. You want to get that in. But Audric doesn't mind a little bit of a gift right now. We're back to deuce. Good serve by Audric. He has sort of a sneaky serve, does Audric. He has a slow wind-up. It doesn't look like it's going to be coming too fast, but all of a sudden it's up on you. So it's sneaky fast as well. Game point. Tough luck there for Audric. Smith's ball catches the top of the tape and falls on the other side. He wins the point. We're back to deuce.
Advantage in hombre.
Beautiful out wide serve in the box by Audric. As I said, it's a sneaky little serve. It doesn't look like it's going to be coming that fast. But what I do like is he places the ball well. The key to a great serve is not just speed. You have to be able to place the ball well. Forehand goes wide by Audric. And placing a ball well and when serving, Roger Federer is probably as good as anyone has ever been with that. It's something that the younger players, Carlos Alcaraz, he's working on that. He's getting better at it, as is Sinner. Forehand goes wide by Audric.
Advantage Smith.
Another break point for Smith. And Novak Djokovic is one who learned primarily from watching a Roger Federer that, 120 mile an hour ball that hits the spot is better than a 130 mile an hour ball that does not. Beautiful charge.
James Smith.
Beautiful charge by Max Smith. Took the ball on the rise, hit it on the baseline, and came in behind the ball. Very smart play, very aggressive play. Was able to pick off the volley into the open court. He's up 2-0 in the first set after a break. Now, Max Smith is a player from Florida, and as someone who is from Florida, does officiating in Florida, raised two high-level tennis players in Florida. A lot of the Florida players are very aggressive because you have no choice. It's like either you be aggressive or your opponent will be. So it's kind of like first strike tennis. So you can see some of that already in his game, being a player from Florida, and he's down in that central Florida area where there's some great tennis. Very aggressive. He's not scared to come in. He put the ball away at a really good placement of an approach shot. He's now serving at 2-0. And for a little guy, he has a good amount of pop in his serve. Beautiful change of pace there by
15 love.
Max Smith. He had been hitting some topspin forehands, topspin backhands. Then he threw in a slice that caught Aldrich off guard. His slice back to Smith caught the net. 15 love for Smith. Backhand gets up too high on Smith, and his return shot catches the tape, catches the net. 15 all. Beautiful top spin lob by Smith. He drew Aldrich in with a drop shot that wasn't a great one. So when Aldrich took the following shot down the line, Smith used a tremendous lob, very effective lob for the winner. 30. Score, I think, is 30-15. Forehand by Smith is shanked. We're back at 30 all. Joaquin Aldrich is still trying to feel out his opponent. He's hitting certain shots to see how Smith reacts. So far, the 12-year-old is doing just fine. So it's 30 all. Forehand again by 30, Smith 40. Goes wide. On the two forehands that he's missed, his footwork has been laid on the setup, so it's kind of been caught in between, which has meant that he's pulled both of those balls wide. He needs to adjust his footwork and get prepared a little sooner. Sneaky play there by Smith. Serve and volley. Caught Aldrich off guard. Took his eye off the ball. Backhand by Smith.
Advantage in Humbre.
Goes beyond the baseline. Another forehand by
Humbre.
Smith.
Smith leads.
Goes over the baseline.
First set.
There's a break. We're back on serve more when we come back.
Time. Love.
Back on center court at the Westgate Tennis Center. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst, coming to you from the Level 1 Boys 14s Clay Court Championships. We're live in Dothan, Alabama on center court. Where right now, Joaquin Aldrich and Ombre. He's in the near court. He's serving. We're on serve 1-2. Playing against Max Smith from Parkland, Florida, and Ombre is from Cypress, Texas. 1 serving 2, 30 love. Forehand again by Smith. Flies over the baseline. He's allowing that ball to get too high on him. He needs to step in and cut it off and try to catch it around waist level. It's getting above his waist. And that's a tough ball for anyone to handle, especially a smaller, shorter guy.
40-15.
40-15. And Ombre is trying to even things up here at 2-all for a set. He's got a couple of chances.
Game with Ombre. 2 games all?
We're tied at 2 games all. One thing that you notice that an Ombre is trying to do, he is trying to get the ball up on his opponent, seeing that he's a shorter guy. What you do as a player, you want to get that ball up on him to make it a more difficult ball to hit. So far, so good. Ombre has made that, and Ombre has made that adjustment. We're tied at 2-all.
Love 15.
Love 15.
Love
Backhand
30.
by Smith. Flies over the baseline. He's starting to pile up too many unforced errors, and that's leading to his loss of the early lead that he had. He was up a break early in the first set. Now he's headed towards having his serve broken if he can't turn this around. Love 30. Tough luck for Smith.
Love
Ball
40.
catches the tape and falls on his side. Triple. Break point for Enhambre. Looking to take a 3-2 lead and be up a break here in the first set.
Game in Humbre.
Enhambre gets the break. He
First
goes
set.
up 3-2 in the first set. More when we come back.
Time.
Back on center court at the Westgate Tennis Center, I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. First match of the day. On the far end, Joaquin Aldrich Enhambre. He's serving after just breaking his opponent, Max Smith, the previous game.
That was good. Yeah. Love 15.
Tough break by Enhambre on that one right there. Ball catches the baseline and evades his racket. Love 15. Enhambre comes in there on the ball that caught the top of the tape and landed in the box, giving him a reason to approach the net. His down-the-line shot was a little too much for Smith. 15 love, 15 all.
That second serve.
Second serve.
$30-15.
30-15 for Embry. Right now, he's quite satisfied with getting the ball in and allowing Max Smith to create his own errors, and that's what's been happening. Too many unforced errors for Smith. 30-15 for Embry. Nice inside in forehand by Smith. Draws the error from Embry. 30 all. Beautiful return by Smith for a winner, cross-court winner.
30-40.
He now has a chance to break back, and if so, even this first set at 3-all, if he can make it happen. Forehand goes wide from Embry.
Oh,
He's
sorry,
broken.
Correction. Game. Smith.
We're back at 3-all. First set.
3 games all. First set.
It's been an up and down first set. Max Smith, who's serving now in the near court, was off to an early break, was broken back. Great play around the net from Smith, eventually drawing a forehand wide error from Embry. All of a sudden, Smith's footwork has gotten a lot better, stepping into the ball a little bit more, being aggressive as he was the first couple of games of the match. 15-love. Second serve. Ball by Embry just stays inside the baseline. Pops up on Smith. Could not handle it. 15-all.
$15-30.
Double fault by Smith. Gives Embry another break point attempt. Overhead by
1540.
Embry. Gets the job done. And you see the players twice have already gone to their towels in the past few points. That's telling you that it's hot out there. We had rain day before yesterday, and once the rain came and left, so did the heat.
Game in Humbury.
Big play by
And Humbury leads.
Embry.
4 games to 3. First set.
Got the ball down at the feet of Smith, who was coming in. Easy passing shot. And Embry gets the break. He's up now 4-3. More when we come back.
Time.
Back at the Westgate Tennis Center, I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst, coming to you live from the Level 1 Boys 14th National Clay Court Championships. We're in Dothan, Alabama, on center court. Joaquim Aldrich in Humbury, who's about to serve, just broke his opponent, Max Smith. He's now up 4-3 in the first set. Let's see if he can extend his lead. Big forehand by Max Smith. A little too deep and tough for Embry to handle. What Smith wants to do right now, he wants to get that break back if he can. And Embry wants to solidify the break and extend his lead to 5-3 if at all possible. Love 15. Big forehand out wide by
30.
Smith. He gets the point. Love 30. His opponent is serving. Second serve. Rush to the net attempt by Smith comes up short. His approach shot was simply too short. And Embry went cross court for the winner. Still down 15-30. And an Embry in the white hat on the near court on this end. He's serving 15-30. Big forehand cross court by Smith.
15-40.
Really nice running forehand. Ball stayed just inside of the sideline. The attempt by Enambri goes wide down the line. Double break back point for Max Smith, 12-year-old out of Parkland, Florida. One of the youngest players in this boys 14s tournament. Second serve. Passing shot
30-40.
by Max Smith goes wide. Good approach shot by Enambri. Saw an opportunity. Hit a big shot, came in. Too much for his opponent to handle. Enambri is still down a break point. It's 30-40. Smith is trying to even things up here. This is a big point of the first set right now. He needs to make this happen. Second serve. First serve is too long.
Game spent.
Almost.
4 games all.
Enambri's approach shot down the line, which was a really good shot. It just pushed it a little long over the baseline. We're tied up at 4-all again after the break. Tough luck. He came in off the drop shot by Smith. He tried to place the ball near the baseline. He did a good job of it, just a little too strong. The ball goes out. 4-all. Big forehand down the line, inside in forehand by Enambri. A little frustration let out right there on that particular shot. Ball catches the sideline. He's up 15-love. Max Smith, his opponent, is serving. Tough play there by Smith. He took a ball near the sideline down the line.
Correction, love 30.
Probably was a ill-advised shot. He'd have been better off playing a higher percentage ball back cross court, waiting for the next ball that he could take advantage of and drive somewhere else. A little over anxious right there. Love 30.
Let first serve.
Let first serve. We'll do it again. Nice play by Smith. Very aggressive play. Took the shorter ball, came in on the forehand of Enambri. Enambri tried to lob. The lob was too short. Overhead to the open court. Smith is still down 15-30. We're tied at 4-all in the first set. A very important point right now. Big serve by Smith. Too much for Enambri to handle. Back to 30-all. That's a big serve and a needed one as well. Whoever wins this game is a game away from the first set. And whenever you can, you always want to put that in your cap. Put that feather in your cap if you can. So this is a very important game. It's the 9th game. We're tied at 4-all.
40-30.
Another big serve by Max Smith. The little guy has some pop when he gets it in. Game point for Smith to go up 5-4 here in the first set. Oh, he got away with that one. Game for Smith.
Game Smith. Smith leads 5
He had a
games to
poor
4. First
attempt at
set.
a drop shot, but an hombre pulls it wide. Max Smith is now up 5 games to 4 in the first set. More when we come back.
Time.
Can Joaquin, Aldrich, and Ombre stay in the first set? We're about to find out. We're at the Westgate Tennis Center. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. And right now on court 1, an Ombre who's on the far end with the white hat. He's down 4-5. He'll need this game to stay in the set. His backhand approach is too strong. Goes over the baseline. Left 15. Smith is 3 points away from putting the first set in his pocket. It's been an up and down first set with both players. Beautiful cross-court shot by Smith after a few slices from both players. He got the short ball that he was looking for. Used the box to go across court. The ball landed in. He's now 2 points away from the first set. And Ombre will need to step it up to stay in here. He's been able to come back and adjust throughout the first set. We'll see if he can do it again. Love 30. He's serving. Great approach shot by Max Smith, putting the pressure on an Ombre. His deep approach shot by the baseline was just too much for an Ombre. His down the line pass was just a little too wide. Triple set point for Max Smith, the 12-year-old from Parkland, Florida. Just gave one back there on the forehand return. Downline attempt was well short. Still has a couple of break points to win the first set. Can an Ombre rally and tie it up? 15-40. Misplay there by Smith.
30-40.
30-40. Still has one more break point. We'll need some focus from both players right now to win this next point. It's very important. Set point and a point to go back to deuce. Backhand attempt down the line from Smith
Dude.
was simply too short. He let the ball drop too much on him. Instead of stepping in and catching it a little higher on his body, he let the ball dip. And when you go down the line, that's the highest part of the net, so you need some extra clearance to get that ball over. He was well short. And from love 40 to deuce, and Embry is back in this game. Forehand down the line by an Embry is late and low. Did not move his feet to that ball. Sometimes the pressure of the moment gets to you. The fourth break point in this game for Max Smith. Second serve. We'll see what Smith does on the return and whether he tries to step in and take it early or wait and see. He's waiting on it. Backhand by Smith is over the baseline. Had a great opportunity there to take charge of that point. Just missed over the baseline, but back to deuce. And Embry has done a really good job of staying in this set and in this game and coming back after being down love 40. Attempted volley by Smith goes wide.
Advantage in Embry.
Game point for Joaquin Aldrich and Embry, trying to tie it up at 5-all. Max Smith has had 4 break points in this game, and which meant 4 set points. Could not get it done. His down the line backhand goes over the baseline.
Game in Embry.
We're tied up at 5.
Game goal. First set.
Once again, the backhand by
Love 15.
Smith flies over the baseline. Had a tremendous opportunity that last game. He had 4 break and set points to put that first set in his pocket. Could not do it. We're at 5-all now. He's just made another error. You have to wonder if he's still thinking about that. How can you not be? So he's trying to rebound. We'll see what happens. Another serve and volley pays off. And Embry tries to pass cross court, catches the net. We're at 15-all. Good play by Max Smith.
30-15.
His cross-court drop shot was not as good as he wanted, but he was able to pick off the volley after the pass attempt by Embry. 15-all. Poor choice of return there by Embry. Had a wide ball
40-15.
to his backhand. On that play there, you want to hit a high percentage ball, go back to the middle of the court to keep the ball in. Going down the line is very iffy and risky. Forehand flies over the baseline again by Smith.
40-30.
Still up a game point. Trying to move up to 6-5 and once again be one game away from the first set. Both players are heading to the towel. It's hot out there. It's early in the morning, but it's already humid. Also gives them an opportunity to think about what they want to do on the next point and the next ball. 40-30, game point for Max Smith.
Dude.
Good passing shot by Embry. Instead of him trying to place it at a certain spot on the court to either side of Smith, he simply went straight at him, forcing him to hit a tough volley. His volley catches the tape, catches the net. We're back at deuce. Service deep. Forehand by Smith.
Advantage in Hombre.
Slides wide. Break point and game point for Joaquin Aldrich and Embry from Cypress, Texas. Volley by Smith goes over the baseline. Tried to serve him volley and sneak in as he's done a couple of times.
6-5.
That time, and Embry was ready for him and waiting on him. Hit a passing shot straight at Smith. His ball is pushed over the baseline. And Embry now goes up 6-5. He can serve it out when we come back.
Time.
Back on center court where Joaquin Aldrich and Embry from Cypress, Texas is trying to serve it out. Just broke Max Smith, his opponent on the far end last game out. 6-5. forehand by Smith is
15 love.
well beyond the baseline and let the ball get too high on him. 3 points away from the first set is Anambri. He's from Cypress, Texas. Aggressive play by Max Smith.
15 all.
Got a short ball, came in down the line, and Anambri tried to go up top with a lob. Smith's overhead was simply too much. 15 all. Forehand down the line by Anambri, floats wide. 15-30 for Max Smith, trying to break back after losing his service game last time out. 15-30. He's trying to take it to a tiebreak if he can. Smith, 2 points away. Second serve. Backhand by
15-40.
Anambri. Floats over the baseline. Smith now has 2 break points to tie this thing up and send it to a first set tiebreak. Beautiful return on the forehand there by
16
Smith.
all. First
He
set.
gets the break.
Tie break.
We're back at 6 all. Now we will play a first to 7 tiebreak, as they call it. The first player that gets to 7 by a margin of 2 will win the first set. Now the format for the consolation round, which we're in, you have 2 regular sets, regular scoring. If they happen to split sets, they get a little break, and then they'll play a first to 10-point match tiebreak. Right now we're about to play a set tiebreak. Max Smith to serve. Beautiful down the line shot by
1-0 Smith.
Max Smith. Picks off the volley with some soft hands. He's up 1-0 in the set tiebreak. Now in that particular time, and the way this works, Smith will get the first serve. And after that, every player will serve 2 serves until we get to 7 by a margin of 2. Tough play there.
1-0.
Anambri's ball catches the tape on the way down the line. Not sure Smith had to play on it as well. Or anyway, so we're at 1-0.
Smith.
Beautiful forehand by Max Smith. He went behind Anambri, who was expecting the ball to go cross court. Too much for Smith to handle, and too much for Anambri to handle. Smith is now up 2-1. It's got a mini break, as they say. 2-1. Forehand by Anambri floats over the baseline. 3-1. Max Smith, 4 points away from the first set. First to 7 by a margin of 2. Beautiful serve and volley
4-1 Smith.
by Max Smith. He placed the ball right there. He didn't try to overhit it with pace. Placed the ball on the sideline. Came in. Put the easy volley away. Did not blow it. He's now up 4-1. 4 points to 1 in the tiebreak. And Hombre will serve the next 2 points. Backhand into the net by
4-2 Smith.
Max Smith. Every 6 points we change sides. So since an Hombre was serving that last point, we'll change sides. And he'll get the second of his 2 serves on the opposite side. He's down 2-4 in the first set tiebreak. First to 7 by a margin of 2. This is a big point for an Hombre. You don't want to fall too far behind, especially at this point and the tiebreak. So we'll either be at 4-3 or 5-2. As you can imagine, Max Smith would prefer to be at 5-2. Hombre, 4-3. On the way over, the players are allowed to get a quick drink of water. This is a change of sides, which means you don't sit down on a change of sides on a changeover. After a couple of games, you can sit down for your minute and a half break. But on a tiebreak, it's a change of sides. 2 serving 4, and Hombre is serving. Big cross-court shot by Max Smith draws the error
Smith.
from an Hombre. He's now up 5-2. Smith, the 12-year-old, is 2 points away from winning the first set here in a set tiebreak. Beautiful drop shot by Max Smith.
6-2 Smith.
Went down the line with an approach shot and was able to cut off the volley with a drop shot. Too much for an Hombre to handle. We're at 6-2 now. 3 set points for Max Smith. He's serving. You want to try to finish it off right here if you can. Another beautiful drop shot by Smith.
Game.
That's the first set.
Smith.
He wins 7 games to 6. Back in a minute with the second set.
Getting entertained.
Yeah, come on in, man.
He's a little bit tight this morning, I think, 'cause he knows he's on center court. That happens.
Up and down set, like they stabilize themselves. Back on center court, we're at the end of the first set on the main court where Max Smith, 12-year-old from Parkland, Florida, has just put away the first set in a set tiebreak, 7-6. He's playing against Joaquin Aldrich Inambri from Cypress, Texas. It's an up-and-down set, but in the end, Max Smith steadied himself long enough to take the first set. And talking to me right now is Nick Smith. We're talking to Max Smith's father. How you doing, Nick?
Oh, well, good morning. Well, thank you so much for having me, Coach Tony. I appreciate being on this interaction with the game here on center court at Westgate. I'm doing great.
Yeah. How'd you see the first set? Tell me what you saw from a parent's point of view.
Well, from a non-tennis parent perspective, I saw that early on in the set, it seemed like Max was moving his feet pretty well. But then he started, to slow down his rhythm, which caused kind of the back and forth. He wasn't able to hold serve. But I think towards the latter half of that set, he started to figure out and able to stabilize his game a little bit better. And just, stay positive. That's the big thing. I think half the battle in all this is that the emotions, it's so hard to remove those emotions, but that's what you have to do to be present.
Now, as a parent, tell me what you're going through up here.
Oh, my gosh. Well, first off, it's so funny that you mentioned this, Coach Tony, because yesterday we were doing laundry, and it was about 6 parents in the laundry room. There's 2 washers in there for 6 parents, and we're taking turns. So I'm thinking that we need to be hosting maybe the Tennis Channel. Maybe it's you, Coach Tony. We need to have a reality show about what the parents have to go through when they see these kids out there on the court. But, no, listen, it's great just to be here. As I said, my wife Quinn, we've been at this with Max, our daughter Sophia, for the last 5 years now. We are not from the tennis world, so we try to take it in stride. One thing that we try to really aim to do is remove ourselves from the tennis process and let our coaches do that. We have a wonderful team, and so, I try to look at it just from afar, and my main job and my wife's main job is to make sure that Max is mentally strong, right? If we can do that, and at the end of the day, we just want him to be a good human being.
Absolutely.
We have no expectations for him, whether he wins or loses, but we want to make sure that he's a good human being first.
But he's done quite well in this tennis world, and you were telling me a little bit about that earlier. Give me some of his results.
Yeah. So he had some pretty amazing results last year. He was the first junior American in the last 5 years to get to the final of the Orange Bowl, the 12 and under. He lost in the final to a good opponent, and then he backed it up. Him and his partner did doubles. They were also finalists in the Orange Bowl. A month later, he went over to San Antonio, Texas, and at the beginning of this year, he won his first gold ball at the Winter Nationals. So he's had some good results, and that was his last kind of journey of the 12s. He's transitioned into the 14s now. So it's been a journey, and it's going to be some adjustments, but I think this is all part of the process. And the one thing I want to just make very clear is that for us, we don't have expectations for him to win or lose. We want him to go out there, do his best, stay focused, respect his opponent, play the game with integrity. I think if we can just get to that point, I think we win all the way around.
Absolutely. And you were telling me that he lost in the main draw yesterday, and he was very unhappy about that. That's you want to see that part of it, but like you say, you need to help him understand the bigger picture and the more broader picture.
Right.
Talk about that.
Well, I think that's important because, at the end of the day, these are kids out here, right?
15.
And if you're able to take complex problems, you're out here in the heat, it's over, 100 degrees, and you're solving problems on the court. And if you can apply that to your everyday life, the type of person that you're going to be in society that's exactly what we're striving for here. And Max is trying to, at least in our eyes, I think he's going down that right path, and we're trying to model or emulate that with our daughter Sophia, who's 10 and starting to start this tennis journey as well. And I think if you can have that broader perspective, overall, the kid just finds himself in a much better spot.
Yeah, absolutely. As someone who took a set of twins through this at a high level, in my estimation, you can't lose.
Right.
Because no matter where you end up, it's going to be at a high level. Your character, the quality of you as a human being will be much better going through this process as a tennis player. Because as you know, it takes a lot to get to this point. You don't just
Right.
walk into
15:30.
a super national clay court or any kind of event like that.
Right.
You know, it takes dedication, it's discipline, hard work,
Absolutely.
and focus. It takes all that, and those are the kind of things that when you go into the work world, no matter where you are, you'll need those, and you'll be able to use them, and you've already had the training, and now you can implement those.
Yeah. Well, listen, I can say that my wife and I, we definitely don't have a monopoly on knowledge on this process, but we're going through it day by day like everybody else. But as my only kind of 2 cents to all the parents out there is that
Looks good.
regardless of the success now, the success is
30 all.
nothing is indefinite. It's gonna be a wave,
Yep.
right? And you're gonna have to learn how to deal with those different currents coming at you. And so I think that if the more that we can do for our kids to alleviate the stress,
Yes.
right? Let them just play the game, have fun. Outside of tennis, Max is an avid fisherman, so he's fishing in
Okay,
Florida.
loves to fish.
He does deep sea fishing. He catches
man.
alligators in the Everglades.
Okay.
Yeah, he does. So find other outlets besides tennis because
Yeah.
it's bigger than that.
Yeah, he's just a regular Wild Kingdom and Crocodile Dundee, huh?
He thinks he is.
I'm
He even got a
telling
little
you.
Aussie accent sometimes.
Yeah, that's so. How did he get into alligators? How did that happen?
He just how he got into fishing when we moved down to Florida 4 years ago. He just he fell in love with it, and he has some good mentors. And he went on to the Everglades, and he caught his first alligator. And
Really?
he just said, "Well, I love fishing."
Oh, wow.
So now he does. We take him in the evenings. He goes deep sea sometimes in the nighttime as well. But if anybody knows my son, outside of tennis, they know he's a fisherman. He's
Yeah.
always bragging about that. And
All
so
right.
that's something that I let him brag about. I don't let him brag about the tennis, but the fishing
Yeah.
he can brag all he wants. Because he brings the food home.
Okay,
And-
it doesn't hurt to put it on the
no,
table, does
and
it?
he's allergic to fish too.
Really?
Yeah. So he brings it home and
So you guys get to eat it.
absolutely.
Absolutely. There you go. There you go. Now, what did you play sport?
I played baseball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, there's an advantage. One, the fact that you're an athlete, you understand the pressure. But to your advantage, not being a tennis parent actually is an advantage, in my opinion, because you don't put that overt pressure on him. But being an athlete, you get it.
Right.
But you also understand, coming from a different sport,
Right.
hey, let the kids have fun, let them play. Give them the tools they need to be successful. Then everything else would take care of itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, Nick Smith, great interview. Thanks for
And
talking
it's
to me.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Coach Tony.
you
I
coming
appreciate
over
it.
here and
Thank you.
telling us more about Max. He's only 12 years old now. He's one of the youngest ones here, right?
Yes, he might be one of two. So he turns 13 in August. So he's always been the young guy on the block.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's just enjoying the journey.
Yeah. Hey, he's getting and gaining great experience. Thanks for telling us about him. And I guess if you had come up, I would have not have known that he was Crocodile Dundee Jr. So, hey,
That's
I
AKA
appreciate it.
Max,
There
right?
you go, man. I'm telling you.
Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate for your
Appreciate it.
time, and good luck to you guys the rest of the way. We'll
Thank
be
you.
in touch.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Now, isn't that
Game
interesting? You got a
hungry.
12-year-old who's
First
tracking
game.
and catching alligators in the
Second set.
Everglades. Wow. Man, that's awesome. And he's a very good tennis player. Thanks, Mr. Nick Smith, for talking to us tonight, talking to us today. One of the things I do like to do with what I'm doing, I like to introduce the people, the players, the parents, to the folks out there who are listening, and vice versa. And you get to learn more about them and their lives and the journey, because the journey is something else. Thanks for talking to us, Nick Smith. We'll pick up the rest of the match. The players have just changed sides after the first game of the second set. Max Smith pulled out the first set in a tiebreak, 7 games to 6. 7 points to 2 was its score. Joaquin Aldrich Inambri won the first game of the second set. Max Smith to serve for the first time in the second set. Forehand goes wide down the line.
Love 15.
Drop shot attempt by Max Smith
Love
falls
30.
short. He's serving. He's down love 30. Joaquin Aldrich and Hombre is looking for a break, the first one of the second set if he can get it. We had an up and down first set, both players breaking each other at different points. Towards the end, Mike Smith steadied himself enough to pull out that first set tiebreak.
Let, first serve.
He's serving for the first time in the second set. And an hombre is trying to cash in. Beautiful
Love
lob
40.
by an hombre. The backhand overhead attempt by Max Smith fell short.
Game. And hombre. It was close. It was too close to overrule.
And hombre gets the break.
leads. 2 games to love.
He's
Second
now
set.
up 2 games to love in the second set after losing the first 7-6. Good adjustment by an hombre. Didn't get down on himself, kept swinging, stayed consistent. He's now up 2 love in the second set. Drop shot attempt by
15 love.
Smith falls short. 15 love to an hombre. He's up 2-0 and he's serving. Beautiful inside in backhand down the
15
line
all.
by Max Smith for the winner. With 15 all. And hombre's ball hits just inside
30,
of the
15.
baseline. A bad bounce gives him the point. He's trying to extend his lead to 3-0 in the second set.
No. That was inside the line. Inside. 30 all.
Point to Max Smith. And hombre was overruled on the call on the baseline. He called it out. The official said it was in. Beautiful drop shot by Max Smith.
30,
winner.
40.
Gives him a break point. Trying to get us back on serve here. He's down 2-0. Lost his serve the last time out. Last game out. He's trying to turn it around. And hombre who's serving is facing break point. Backhand slice by
Game Smith.
Enambre. Floats
Enambre
deep.
leads 2-1, second set.
We're back on serve with
First
the break.
set, Smith.
2-1. More when we come back.
Time. Joaquin, will you get the scoreboard real quick? Thank you. The bounce out? Yeah. He's going to check for the third ball.
Back on center court where Max Smith is trying to even the second set. It just broke back against Joaquin Aldrich Enambre. It's 1 serving 2. Smith won the first set 7-6. Serving for 2-all. Tough play there for Enambre. Max Smith hit a ball that had a bad bounce. Enambre tried to come in and go down the line with an approach shot. The weird bounce, the ball floated on him out wide. 15 love for Max Smith. Second serve. Or maybe called a let, maybe it's his first serve. Wild forehand by Max Smith goes wide and deep.
15-all.
15-all.
Good. 15-30. It was line. Yeah, it was mostly line.
The official says the ball caught mostly line. 15-30 in Enambre's favor. Max Smith is serving at 15-30. Trying to even things up at 2-all here in the second set. Beautiful, beautiful play by both players.
30-all.
Great hustle. Lobs used. And in the end, Max Smith used that deft touch of a Carlos Alcaraz drop shot for the winner. He's back at 30-all. That was a big point. Could have gone down 2 break points. Instead, it's 30-all. Really, really good touch by Smith on that particular play, under pressure, by the way. Another aggressive play by excuse me.
40-30.
Another aggressive play by Smith. Had an inside-out forehand, inside-in forehand down the line. Came in behind it. He had a high volley, which he was able to get in. And too much for an hombre to handle. Game point to even this set at 2-all. If Smith can make it happen. Second serve. Nice down the line approach by an hombre, two-handed. Backhand down the line, deep in the corner. Too much for Smith to handle. We're back at deuce. Backhand down the line by an hombre.
Advantage Smith.
Goes wide. Gain point to Smith once again. Trying to tie it up at 2-all if he can make it happen.
That's good.
Nice serve down the
Hey,
middle
Smith.
by Max Smith.
2 games all. Second set.
Gets the service winner. We're tied at 2-all, second set. Forehand by Max Smith
15 love.
goes deep. Now for Joaquin Aldrich and Umbre. He wants to try and steady the ship. He wants to put some good balls into play, cut down on the errors, be consistent as he was during the middle of the first set. That's when he made his comeback before finally losing the first set in a match set tiebreak, 7-6. We're at 2-all right now. Bad bounce
15 all.
or against Smith.
Correction. 30 love.
30 love now for Enumbre. What he wants to do is just be consistent. Get that ball high up on Max Smith, who's a shorter, smaller player. He's been able to do that at different times during this match so far. He needs to be able to do that once again, because when that happens, Max Smith has errors. He misses balls. He comes up on the wrong end of the equation when it comes to that. So right now, Enumbre wants to try and get the ball high up on his opponent. It's a tougher ball for him to hit. Another nice cross-court return by
30-15.
Smith. Drawing the error from Enumbre. Enumbre is still up 30-15 in the fifth game of the second set.
Let, first serve.
Cross-court slice by
40-15.
Smith. Falls into the net. 2 game points for Enumbre. Trying to take a 3-2 lead in the second set after losing the first 7-6. Missed volley by Smith gives Enumbre the game.
Enumbre leads 3-2, second set.
Enumbre is up 3
First set,
games to
Smith.
2 in the first set, in the second set. First set to Max Smith, 7-6. More when we return.
Yes. Time.
Back on center court at the Westgate Tennis Center, where Max Smith is trying to tie things up at 3-all. Half volley attempt falls short
Love
for
15.
Smith. I like the aggressive play. That's a tough ball, especially on clay, to try to half volley. Good job by Enambri, though, getting the ball down at his feet as he was coming in. He didn't overhit the ball. Which was a very smart play on his part. Love 15. Smith is serving. Won the first set 7-6. We're on serve 2, serving 3. Great setup by Max Smith. Went down the line with an approach shot. Embry did well just to get to it. Popped up a lob. The overhead by Smith was too much for an Embry to handle. 15 all. Return goes over the baseline from
30-15.
Enambri. 30-15 for Smith. He's got a set in his pocket as is. Wants to try to even this set up at 3 all. He's up 30-15. Once again, very
40-15.
aggressive play by Max Smith, who loves a volley, by the way. And when you have a shorter player who's willing to come in and take that ball out of the air on a volley, that's a huge weapon. And it's an intimidating weapon for players as he continues to grow, because they realize that he's just not going to stay back there and hit ground strokes. He's going to come in and cut the ball off and shorten some points. So great development by the young Parkland, Florida tennis player. Another big overhead
Hey,
by Smith.
3 games all.
He wins the
Second
game.
set.
We're tied at 3 all. What you can see from watching this match is counter puncher Joaquin Aldrich Enambri, who's very solid, very smart player, against a player who is not only a smart player, but also very active, very aggressive. And Max Smith actually plays better the more aggressive he plays. We're back at 3 all. We're in the middle of the set. Let's see what adjustments Enambri makes right now. 3 all. Love by Smith just goes wide. 15 love for Enambri.
30 love.
Forehand by Smith goes over the baseline. 30 love for Enombri. He's trying to stay solid and stay ahead. And for that to happen, he needs this game. We're at 3-all. He's serving at 30 love. Forehand by Smith.
40
Floats
love.
wide. Got sort of a bad bounce there. You have to adjust to bad bounces on clay with footwork, because it's going to happen sooner or later. Triple game point for Enombri. Trying to move ahead 4-3 here in the second set. Beautiful touch cross court
40-15.
off of a down the line pass by Smith. And Enombri still has a couple of game points to move ahead 4-3. It's 40-15.
Is out.
Backhand down the line by
Enombri.
Smith, floats wide.
Enombri
Game
leads
by
4
Enombri.
games to 3, second set.
He's up 4-3 in
First
the
set,
second set.
Smith.
First set to Max Smith. 7-6. More when we come back.
Time. Fifteen love. That was it. 30 love.
Max Smith on center court is trying to tie things up here, try to tie the setup at 4-all. If he can finish this off, he's up 30-love. Won the first set 7-6. It's been a back and forth set in the second set as it was in the first. Towards the end of the first set, Smith stepped it up in the tiebreak. And Hombre has held in there, playing some smart tennis. Forehand by Smith goes wide. And the players have had some points in time where they've been more solid than at other times. And it's during that time that the particular player has actually made some strides in the match. So whoever's more consistent, they seem to go ahead. Bad miss on the return by an Hombre. That's not one you want to miss. It was not a major ball, not a big serve. That's a giveaway point. Now it's 2 game points for Smith to tie things up at 4-all. Beautiful half volley drop shot by
4
Smith.
games all. Second set.
Gives him the game. We're tied at 4 in the second set. We're on center court at the Westgate Tennis Center. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst, coming to you live from Dothan, Alabama. It's the level 1 boys 14s clay court championship.
15-love.
But right now, Joaquin Aldrich and Hombre in the near court in the white hat. He's serving to Max Smith. Tied at 4-all. Lob attempt by Max Smith goes short. And Hombre puts it away. 30-love.
$30-15.
Forehand by Smith, too big for an Hombre to handle. 30-15. And Hombre is serving, trying to move ahead. Ball is out by Smith on the baseline.
40-15.
2 game points for an Hombre. Looking to move ahead 4-3 if he can. If he can put away one of these next 2 points, he'll do just that. Beautiful overhead by an Hombre. Gives him the game.
And Hombre leads by 5 games to 4. Second set. First set, Smith.
He moves up. Officials say it's 5 games to 4 in the second set. And I think he's right. More when we come back.
14. Would you get the scoreboard when you walk by? Thank you. Oh, he was in the lead, so I was going to do it. Yeah. Time. That's the only reason, man. That's the only reason.
Back on center court where Max Smith is going to try and stay in this second set. He won the first 7-6. Joaquin Aldrich and Umbry from Cypress, Texas just went ahead after holding the last serve. And the chair is Kevin Rawls. Chair official has done a really good job of being in control of the match, communicating with the players, keeping things moving, keeping the stress down. Like a lot of the officials in this tournament, they're top quality officials and they do a really good job. I-4 serving 5 for Max Smith, trying to stay in it. Here we go. Double fault. Love 15. 3 points away from splitting these sets. Is Umbry and Umbry.
Too much for the famous.
Bad bounce for an Umbry.
15 all.
Pulls a return on the backhand wide. 15 all. Forehand by Smith
15,
goes
30.
deep. And now an Umbry is 2 points away from splitting the sets here. That would take us to a third set if he's able to do it. Forehand
15,
once
40.
again from Smith goes deep. 2 set points by Joaquin Aldrich and Umbry from Cypress, Texas. Looking to take the second set after losing the first. 15-40. Backhand by Smith
Game.
flies over the baseline.
Second set in Bombury.
Second set goes
6
to
games to 4,
an
1
Umbry.
set all. Ladies and
He wins
gentlemen,
the second
after a
set at
3-minute rest
6-4.
period, a 10-point tie break will be played to decide the match.
Right now, the players will get like a 3-minute break to get coaching or go to the restroom. Since this is a consolation match, they'll play a 10-point match tiebreak to decide the winner. Back in a minute.
You need coaching if you need it. You're all for it. You requested a bathroom. Good change. He's coming back from the bathroom. It'd probably be a couple extra minutes for a bathroom. It's got a little bit. He's coming right now. Let's go, Mac. Time.
Back on center court, where we're now going to play a 10-point match tiebreak to decide
Yeah.
this
And Hombre to
round of
10-point tiebreak.
consolation match. Joaquin Aldrich Enambre, who's serving, just won the second set after losing the first 7-6. First to 10 by a margin of 2. Forehand goes deep.
1-0.
Smith.
And Hombre.
1-0 Enambre. Volley goes wide
2-0
from
and
Smith.
Hombre.
2-0 Enambre. And as you can see, Enambre is bouncing around now, and part of that is for Smith to see that he's excited and full of energy. Sometimes you want to play that mental game, but he's also feeling good about what he's doing right now. He's up 2-0 here in the 10-point match tiebreak. After the first time serving, every player will serve from 2 serves from that point on. Volley down the line by Smith goes long. Good run down by Enambre on the drop shot by Smith. Took the ball deep down the line, which is what you should do. Too much for Smith to handle. Enambre is up 3-love. And the 10-point match tiebreak. Now he'll serve the next 2 points.
Four zero. And Hombre.
Bad bounce for Smith. Enambre is up 4-0 in the tiebreak. He gets one more serve. After the first 6 points, you always change sides in the tiebreakers that we're playing here. So it's 4-0 right now for an hombre.
Back.
Ball is back.
4-1 in hombre.
All right, one serving four, so Smith was able to get back one of the mini breaks. Still down. Big forehand down the line by Smith.
4-2 in hombre.
Inside in. All right, it's 4-2. So after every 6 points, we change sides. Since Smith served the last serve over here, he'll get his second serve on the other side. Very important point of the 10-point match tiebreak. You usually will see one, at least two, well, one sometimes two, momentum changes in the 10-point match tiebreak. While it sounds like it's not very long, it's longer than you would think if you're out there playing it. So right now it's 2 serving 4 for Smith. He gets one more serve on the far side. He needs this point because he wants to keep it close. And for an hombre, he's trying to stretch that lead to 5-2.
Back.
Forehand return down the line by
4-3 in
an
hombre.
hombre. Goes deep. Just what Smith needed there, an easy point. He got it on the serve out wide. Beautiful play,
Whoa.
very aggressive play by Max Smith. Went down both sidelines. Eventually comes in on an inside-out forehand approach. Handles a tough lob, by the way, by an hombre. Puts it away. We're now at 4-all after Smith was down 4-0. A bad bounce
5-4 in hombre.
against Smith. 4 serving 5. He gets the next 2 serves. We're on serve. All right, Smith to serve. Double fault by Smith.
6-4 in hombre.
6-4 to an hombre. 4 points away from winning this consolation round match. Still a long way to go. Backhand by Smith goes deep.
7-4 in hombre.
An hombre leads 7-4 right now. 10-point match tiebreak. He gets 2 more serves. Beautiful drop shot by
7-5.
Max Smith
Hombre.
off of a very good approach to the forehand of an hombre, taking him out
Yes,
wide. And the drop
Max.
shot volley that he used and converted was a very tough ball. The ball was down by his ankles. And it was a very important point because it was 7-4. Now it's 7-5. He really needed that point. Tough ball to convert, and he did. One more serve for an hombre on the other side as they change sides. Every 6 points we change sides. So he's got one more serve. Now it gets to be very serious. It's a very important point for both players. Forehand down the line by Smith is well wide.
8-5 in Hombre.
And hombre is 2 points away from winning this match. He's up 8-5. Beautiful serve and volley by
8-6
Max Smith.
in Hombre.
Closes the gap to 8-6. He has one more serve. He's got to have this one. It's getting down to it, and it's pretty tight. Another over the baseline ball by
9-6 in
Smith.
Hombre.
That gives an hombre 3 match points. Second serve. Match point for an hombre.
No, it's good. Okay. 9-7 in Hombre.
Ball was good.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Yeah. Yes. Now it's good. You can see it. 9-8 in Hombre.
Ball was overruled by the official. Ball was on the line. Back on serve. It's 8 serving 9. Still on a match point for an hombre. Beautiful rally by
9-all.
Max Smith. Very aggressive play. He was down 9-6 earlier, but he changed his focus on that particular play. He hit a approach shot down the line, came in after it, hit a deep volley that was just too much for an hombre to handle. We're now back at 9-all with change sides again, every 6 points. Max Smith has one more serve. We're tied at 9-all. Double fault. Crucial double fault by Smith. Match point for an hombre. Beautiful play by Max Smith under pressure. And hombre did the right thing, got a short ball, came in, hit a good approach. Max Smith got the ball down at his feet and made him volley up, then went by him for the pass. We're at 10-all. Backhand by Smith floats wide.
11-10. And hombre.
Another match point for an hombre.
Back.
Match to an hombre.
Game, set,
match. Terrific match by both players.
6-7.
6-7, 6-4.
12-10.
12-10. Terrific match by both players.
That's fantastic, man.
Congratulations to an hombre. Like the way he stayed in there and came back with his energy. Terrific playing both guys. We'll get an interview with an hombre when we come back.
Hey, great match, man. That was fun. Yes.
All right, Joaquin, Aldrich, and Umbry. Man, that was a tough match out there. Tell me what you saw out there.
Well, like it was very hot. Obviously, I had to change shirt, and I was sweating a lot. It was getting my eyes, so I had to towel down a lot too. The points rallies were going very long, and just a tough match.
Kind of up and down, different strategies, different changes in emotion, changes in momentum. Tell me what was going on with you out there.
It's just so frustrating when like sometimes the court doesn't agree with you. It hits the line and it does something funny, or like whenever you're hitting, you got the ball right there and you just do the silliest thing.
I noticed in the tie break, third set match tie break, you start to pump your energy up. Talk about what was behind that.
I felt like energy from myself. Obviously, the brain. If the brain thinks positive and you're going positive there, the body will follow. So whenever I was pumping myself after every point, running around, pumping on myself up, I felt like I have like extra boost of energy. I didn't think about like if I was tired or anything. I just thought I can do this. I can just play and I can win this. I got this.
And talk about that because that does make a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's so like me being positive. I felt like it it gave me more of a positive, more like it's almost like dopamine, like just positive. Like yes, come on, I keep going. It keeps stacking on top of each other, so that it progresses me forward throughout the match.
All right. Well, hey, good luck in the next round. Thanks for joining us, man, and we'll stay tuned. Okay?
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming. Thanks.
3 minutes. One minute. This match is a scheduled consolation round of 32. Match will consist of 2 tie-break sets at 1-all. A 10-point match tie-break will be played to determine the match. To the left of the chair, Raul Adura from Katy, Texas. To the right of the chair, Juan Morales from Johns Island, South Carolina. Time. Mr. Aduru won the toss and elected to serve. Mr. Aduru to serve. Play. Law 15. Law 30. 15-30. All. $40, $30. Game of Duru, first game.
Back at the Westgate Tennis Center, I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst. We have our next match on center court is a consolation match between Raul Adura, who's on the far end. He's got the dark hat on. He's playing against Juan Morales, who's on this end in the light blue shirt. Aduru won the first game, and Morales is stepping into the box right now to serve for the first time. This is a consolation match, which basically means we're playing 2 sets, regular scoring. And if the players happen to split, they will play a 10-point match tiebreak after a short break, 3-minute break, in which you can get, coaching, go to the restroom or whatever. But this is a consolation match, so there's no full third set, a 10-point match tiebreak.
All.
Double fault by Morales, 15-all.
30, 15.
Returned by Aduru. Flies over the baseline. 30-15 for Morales. He's trying to tie this first set up. Serving at 0-1.
$40, 15.
Ball by Morales catches the baseline. Kicks up on Aduro. He pulls it wide. 2 game points for Juan Morales, trying to tie this first set up at 1-0. Aduro held serve, first time out. Forehand
40,
into the net
30.
by Morales. Still has a break. Still has a game point. He's up 40-30. First game that he's serving, trailing 0-1. Returned by
Hey,
Aduru.
Morales.
Sails over the baseline.
1-all,
We're tied at
first
1-all. You will see both players repeatedly going to the towels. It's very hot up there. Some wind, but the heat is oppressive. And the humidity is not far behind. 1-all. Aduro is serving. His forehand floats wide. Love 15.
Love 15.
Forehand by Morales
15
catches
all.
the top of the tape. 15-all. Forehand by Aduru.
15-30.
Sails beyond the baseline. 15-30. An opportunity for Morales. Good
30 all.
offensive lob by Aduru. The way he put his hand up, I'm not sure he meant to do it like he did, but hey, it counts. 30 all.
$30, $40.
Forehand by Aduro. Goes wide. Breakpoint opportunity for Morales. Looking to take a 2-1 lead here in the first set. Breakpoint. Backhand down the line by Morales is wide.
Deuce.
We're back to deuce. Drop shot attempt by Aduro.
Advantage, Morales.
Catches the top of the tape. Another break point for Morales. See if he can convert. A missed opportunity at the net by Morales. The ball will hit straight to him from Aduro. Couldn't quite get out of the way to put the ball into the open court. We're back to deuce.
Advantage, Morales.
Big forehand by Morales brought the ball close to the net from the other side. He had to reach over and hit the ball almost on the side of Aduro. It was legal. Third break point for Morales in this game.
Deuce.
Weak backhand into the net by Morales catches the top of the tape. We're back to deuce. He's squandering these opportunities to get ahead in this set. Had 3 break chances, yet to convert on either one. We're back to deuce. Forehand opportunity
Aduro.
down the line for Morales is wide open. Couldn't quite pull it in. Aduro has a game point. Bless you.
Deuce.
We're back to deuce again.
It was not up.
A not up ball from
Advantage Morales.
The wind is playing tricks on the players right now. It's really pushing the ball down, so when it bounces, you have to be up on the ball, or you may miss a bounce, which could cost you a point. Another break point for Morales. Beautiful play by Morales.
Game Morales.
It's a slice that
Morales
stays down
leads
too low
2
from
games to 1. First set.
that gets Morales that long-awaited break he's been looking for. He's now up 2 games to 1 in the first set. More when we come back.
Time.
Beautiful
love.
cut off by Morales. He's up 15 love after breaking the previous service game of his opponent, Raul Aduru. He's up 2-1, 15 love, trying to stretch his lead to 3-1. Let's see if he can get it done.
Love.
30 love.
40 love.
Morales is 1 point away from stretching his lead to 3-1. It's up 40 love.
Oh. 40-15. Game Morales. Morales leads 3-1, first set.
Morales converts. He's up 3-1 the first set.
Love 15.
Aduro is serving right now. He's down love 15. Down 3-1 in the first set. Morales on the far end in the blue shirt just held to extend his lead after the break to 3-1. Aduro is trying to stay close. Can't afford a second break in the set. That backhand down the line is well wide.
Love 30.
You can tell too that the players are struggling with this heat. It's here. It's oppressive. It's hot.
Let. First serve. Love 40.
Love 40. I tell you, the players have to stay focused because with this intensity of heat, it makes it tougher to come back or want to come back. So for some, if they get down too far, they may throw in the towel because trying to fight an opponent and this heat is almost too much. And for some, it is.
Ball was out. Ball was out. No. The serve was out. That's it right there. Behind. It was way deep. No. I called the ball out. The ball was out. The serve was out.
That was a confusing play because initially the ball looked out and I thought was called out, but then Morales started to play it, which confused the Duro. The official says second serve.
not up. 1540.
Morales couldn't quite get that one before the second bounce. Still has 2 break points. 1540.
Tournament deathmatch complete on court 20, 2-0.
Overhead by Duru
30-40.
brings him into just 1 break point now. 30-40. He was down love 40. He saved 2. Let's see if he can get a third.
Deuce.
Forehand by Morales just missed over the baseline. It was a good strike though, but we're back at deuce.
Advantage of Duru.
Forehand by Morales flies wide. Game point for Aduru. Was down love 40. This would be huge if he could keep it to within 1 break. Huge cross-court
Game
forehand
Aduru.
by Aduru.
Morales leads 3-2. First set.
Big comeback for him. Still down 1 break, but it's 3-2 now in the first set. More when we come back.
Time.
Back on center court where Juan Morales, who's serving without the hat on and the blue shirt, is trying to extend his lead to 4-2. Forehand flies over the baseline.
Love 15.
He had a golden opportunity the previous game to break his opponent for the second time in the set. He had a 40-love lead but could not convert. Hats off to Raul Aduro, coming back after being down love 40. Good chase down by Morales.
Love 30.
Love 30. And as so happens in tennis, after you've given up a great opportunity and you're serving the next game, sometimes it's hard to stay on top because you're still thinking about what happened the previous game. And right now, while Morales is down love 30, after having a golden opportunity the last game to take a 2-break lead, love 30. Oh, beautiful shot there by
15-30.
Morales. Great disguise. Came in with that Western grip that he has, and it looked like he was going to go down the line, but the better and easier shot and high percentage shot was cross court. He went cross court, no answer from Adura. 15-30. Morales is serving. First serve is called back by the official. Fault. Second serve. Backhand by Morales catches the tape.
15-40.
Now he's down break points in his service game. 15-40. He's up a break, but for how long? We're at 3-2 in the first set. Beautiful run down by Morales.
30-40.
He had a good drop shot. Then Adura, his opponent, hit one. And being, a fast runner, speed of foot, Morales ran it down and pushed the two-hander down the line for the winner. Still down a break point, 30-40, but nice save. Attempted drop shot by Morales fails. He's broken.
Game of Duru. 3-all.
We're
First
back
set.
at 3-all in the first set. When you're attempting a drop shot, you have to really take into account the wind. It's pretty windy up there, so if you get that ball too high, the wind pushes it back towards you. And sometimes that can lead to an ineffective shot. That was the case there with the drop shot. Too much wind there. He needed that ball to be lower. It was not. He's broken. We're at 3-all, first set. Raul Aduro is serving. Forehand by Morales is shanked.
15 love.
15 love for Aduru.
You can't leave. Mr. Morales can get you the ball here. We'll get another ball. Dirty love.
30 love for Aduru. We've had a change of momentum. Morales was up a break and 1 point away from a second in this set. Was up love 40 or 40 love. Could not convert. It cost him. He's just gotten broken and we're at 3-all.
Wait till I get in the chair. Resume play.
Aduru is serving. Nice overhead by
40
Aduru.
love.
Both players are going to the towel. It's hot out there. Aduru wins the game.
Aduru leads 4 games.
He's
to
up
3.
4 games to 3 in the first set.
set.
More when we come back.
Lost one. You got it? Time.
What call was that? 7. Thank you, 7.
Love 15.
Back on center court where Raul Aduru in the dark hat is up 4-3 in the first set. Juan Morales is trying to tie things up at 4-all. He's down love 15 in this game. We've had a change of momentum. Morales was up 3-1 with an opportunity to go up 4-1. Couldn't convert after having triple break point. We're now at 15-all. He's serving at 3-4.
Right.
30-15.
Attempted drop shot by Raul Aduro. Falls short. Morales is up 30-15. Oh, bad bounce for
30-all.
Morales. The ball did not come up after catching the tape. 30-all.
Thirty, 40.
Break point against Morales. He's had a couple of tough bounces on the court. It's part of playing on clay. He's now looking at break point. Officials getting out of the chair to look at the mark.
Game of Duru. Duru leads 5-3.
Well, when it's
First
all
set.
over, the official says that Aduro's call will stand. That's a break. He's now up 5-3 in the first set. He's now serving to put that first set in his pocket. We'll see what he can do. Here we go.
Ball 15.
Missed forehand by Morales.
Love 30. $15 off. Correction, 15 off.
15 off. Duro misses the shot. He's now down 15-30.
15-30.
2 points away from being broken.
Match complete on court 19-19.
30 off.
Missed return on the backhand from Morales. Golden opportunity blown. 30 all. Forehand into the net by Morales.
40-30.
Game point for Aduru.
Game first set, Aduru. 6-3.
First set goes to Aduru. 6 games to 3. Quite a turnaround. It was down 3-1 in love 40. Was able to rally back and didn't lose another game. He wins the first set 6-3. More when we come back.
good? You need a clothing or equipment change. All right. He's back from his break. That's time. I gave him 5 minutes to go to the restroom. The set break is different than a bathroom break. I gave him 5 minutes. He's got time. We're playing. Okay? I'll talk to you about it after. Morales to serve, second set.
Back on center court, but Juan Morales is trying to turn his fortune around. Beautiful half volley by Morales, deep to the baseline for the winner. I'm sure Morales feels he should have had better fortune with that first set. He was up 3-1, triple break point, and never won another game. Lost the first set 6-3. He's up 15-love in the first game of the second set. We'll see if he can turn things around. Raul Oduro was the winner of the first set. You have to give him a lot of credit for coming back after being down triple break point. He steadied the ship, won the set.
15 all.
15 all right now after a double fault by Morales.
$15-30.
Big forehand by Oduro. He's now up 15-30 in this game. Forehand goes wide.
30 all.
30 all. Deep return by Oduro.
40-30.
Goes beyond the baseline. Game point for Morales. He can use this after losing the first set.
Deuce.
The drop shot attempt falls well short for Morales. That's a shot he needs to work on. His form is not good on that, and plus he's throwing it up into the wind, which is blowing it back on his side of the net. It's not getting underneath the ball enough to push it to the other side.
Advantage of Drew.
Forehand volley. Goes deep. He's looking at another break point, which is what Oduro would be more than happy to take off his hands. Backhand goes wide. Morales, frustrated, slams the ball against the back fence. He's broken.
Game of Duru. First game, second set.
Oduro leads 1-0. First game of the second set. Won the first set. He'll serve when we come back. All right, we're back on center court where Raul Adura just broke Wayne Morales to start the second set, first game of the second set. He's going to now try and extend his lead to 2-0. He won the first set, 6-3.
Can you repeat that, please?
How many matches, Linda, do you have up there from 16 to 20?
We finished 17, 18, 19, 20. Is still work going?
Thank you.
Forehand by Morales catches the top of the tape. 15 love for Aduru. Backhand attempt by Morales comes up well short.
30 love.
Aduru had approached the net, hit a drop shot. Morales was trying to get the ball by him, but a failed attempt. Swinging forehand by Aduru.
Forty love.
He now has 3 game points to move up to a 2-0 lead here in the second set. Broke Morales starting out this set, so he's up with an opportunity to move on up. Forehand by Duro catches the net. Still has one more,
40, 15.
well actually 2 more game points. He's up 40-15. Swinging forehand by
40, 30.
Morales pays off. An aggressive play. Still one more game point for Raul Adura. Trying to take a 2-0 lead here in the second set. Got the initial break to get him started off on yet another good run. He won the first set 6-3. Forehand by Morales is well long, well wide. Game for
Game, Aduru.
Adura. He's up 2-0
Aduru
now in the
leads,
second
2
set.
games to love. Second set.
Forehand
15
down the
love.
line by Morales. Catches the line. 15 love.
$15 all.
15 all. Beautiful down the line. Forehand by Aduru. Too much for Morales to handle. 15 all.
$15.30.
The forehand by Morales catches the tape and stays on his side. 15-30.
$30 all.
Forehand by Aduru. Flies over the baseline. 30 all.
Let or serve.
Backhand attempt by Morales. Flies
30,
long.
40.
Break point for Aduru. Trying to stretch his lead. Already up a set and a break. Trying to extend it. Backhand by Morales catches the top of the tape and stays over. We've got another
Game.
break.
Aduru.
Aduru.
Aduru leads 3 games.
He's up 3-0 in
love.
the second set, won the first. 6-3.
Second set.
We'll see if he can
And one
extend
set
that
to
lead
love.
when we come back. Back on center court where Raul Aduru is trying to stretch his lead to 4-love in the second set. He's up 2 breaks. Missed an
Love
easy
15.
overhead there. A sitter right on top of the net. Love 15. He's up 2 breaks in the second set. Won the first set 6 games to 3. A double break lead in this heat is usually pretty good. We'll see if he can extend. It's hot out there. But for him, so far so good. We're at the Westgate Tennis Center for the Level 1 Boys 14s National Clay Court Championships. I'm your host, Tony Whitehurst, coming to you live from Dothan, Alabama with the Westgate Tennis Center. Day 4 of competition.
Love 30.
And when you got 200 of the very best players in the country from 30 different states, you're going to have some excellent matchups, and we've had some for the first 4 days. We've got the number 1 seed and also the number 1 player in the country, all in one, Vortek. Some really, really, really good players. Not only are they fighting competition, they're also fighting the elements. We had a kid today go into full body cramps. And as Miss Rayna, our trainer, talked about a couple of days ago,
Love 40.
these guys really need to be rehydrating at all times. Think about it. You try to rehydrate in between changeovers. That's only 1 minute. That's not enough time. You can't put enough stuff in your system to overcome all the heat that you've been dealing with. So players need to be careful. Parents need to be knowledgeable and get their kids to drink because it's hot out here. Passing shot down the line by Morales is way too long. Still up a couple of break points. Abduru is serving at 15-40. He's up 2 breaks. Is Abduru. Forehand by Morales is well short.
30, 40.
1 more break point though. Aduru is trying to serve it up and save one of the 2 breaks he has in this set. He's up 3-0.